Good morning, everyone. I'm meteorologist Chesley McNeil. 6:58 is the current time. We're going to continue to stream for you this morning, let you know exactly what's taking place in your neighborhood. A lot of rain to begin with. We've been dealing with it through the overnight, and it continues, at least for this morning. You may have tried to at least delay your time going out this morning. Well, unfortunately, that rain is going to be with us right on through about 10 o'clock. And so some of you are going to have to at least venture out. Some of the heaviest rain right now down on the south of the city, down toward our southernmost counties here, where we do see the severe thunderstorm warnings that are now in effect. And you can see Troop Meriwether County, that extends into Upson County, a severe thunderstorm warning there as well. One is about to expire. So the one that's over toward LaGrange right now is set to expire. This new one has just been issued. In fact, let me put the information up here for you. This one's set to expire around 7:30 this morning. That continues for, as you can see, southern parts of Meriwether County, extends into Upson County as well. South of that is really not in our viewing area. That's over toward the Macon area right there, but that will continue to slide over toward the east. Right now, as far as the information goes with this, we're looking at, let's see, the severe thunderstorm warning over toward Roosevelt Park State Park, or about 8 miles northeast of Hamilton, moving east at about 45 miles per hour. So this is trekking over toward the east about 45 miles per hour. I'm going to put a track on this for you just to show you, if you live down in this particular area, this very heavy rain will be moving toward your particular area. Let's see, about 45 miles per hour, almost about down on the Raleigh area right now, but we'll be heading over toward Lawrence's Mill right around 7:10. If this holds together, it could make it over toward Thomaston by about a quarter after 7. Then continue further over toward the east, toward the Macon area, where they're experiencing some of the heavy rain right now, and the numerous lightning strikes there. Boy, are they going through it. A lot of us have been going through it. As far as the rain goes, as you can see up toward Spalding County, over toward Griffin right now, some very heavy rain. A couple of lightning strikes, not as many as we see down toward Harrelson, down toward Woodbury, but we do have a couple of lightning strikes there as well. It's been light over toward Riverdale, Union City, down toward Peachtree City. You may have a moderate pocket or two here or there. For example, if we take a look at what's taking place right now over into the Chattahoochee Hills area into southern Fulton County, dealing with some moderate rain coming down there. Over into Henry County as well. Right near McDonough is where you have a little bit of heavy rain, especially along I-75 there, just to the south of Jonesboro Road. You do have some moderate pockets of rain there. That continues over into Rocky Plains, further over toward the east. Handy Crossroads, you're dealing with that heavy rain as well. Further up to the north, as we make our way toward the perimeter, you can see you got some pockets of dryness going on. So the extreme eastern portions of the perimeter, just south of Tucker, over into Panthersville, over into DeKalb County, you got some dryness there, but rain is on the back doorstep, so it will be coming back to you. Right now, the rain is light in Atlanta, probably coming down as drizzle or just very light rain is coming down. That extends in the southern parts of Cobb County, over toward Mapleton, over into Smyrna. You got some light rain there. It extends up into Kennesaw, where the rain is a little bit heavier as well, and into Ackworth as well, even into the Roswell area. Once you get north of there, you got the clouds in place, of course, but they're already starting to see some clearing taking place in parts of Rome. Doesn't mean you're out of the woods as far as the rainfall goes. Places like Lawrenceville, you're going to continue to see this rain as we continue through the morning. It's going to be heavy at times through the rest of the morning. As we go ahead and put this in motion, you can see where that rain is really training in a lot of spots. So back off to the west, excuse me, over into parts of Alabama. Right now, we still have thunderstorms there. It's going to be moving right into the LaGrange area. We watched a tornado warning over into Chambers County there across the border into Alabama. It did weaken before it moved into Troup County, so only experiencing the severe thunderstorm warning. Now with the severe thunderstorm warning, what we're talking about is winds up to about 58 miles per hour, maybe gusting up to 60 miles per hour at times in that particular area where we have the warnings there. And so again, be careful, folks. Those winds can even do some damage. You still have a lot of debris in Troup County, where we had the what appears to be a tornado touchdown there yesterday morning, and so a lot of debris is still obviously around. Even with these winds out of these thunderstorms blowing up to 60 miles per hour, 58 miles per hour, it could blow some of that debris around. So you need to be on the lookout and be weather aware, particularly in these particular areas down here into our southern counties, because this is going to last 7 o'clock now. I would say it will be with us for at least the next 2 to 3 hours, this rain training in the area. We'll get light at times, but we'll get heavy at times as well. And there will be some heavier pockets even up into the metro area. Now, once you get north of Rome, for example, up there towards Murraysville, don't think you're going to see much in the way of rain in those areas. This will continue to sink a little bit further down to the south. As a matter of fact, we're tracking a front that's off to the north and west of us that's going to move through. Our winds are out of the south so far this morning, but once that front gets through here, it will start to dry us out a little bit. We'll begin to clear it out, and we'll get those winds to shift to more northwesterly as we get the sunshine later on this afternoon. The problem with the training is the flooding that will take place. You see the highlighted counties here. That includes Atlanta, it includes Athens, it includes Lawrenceville, it includes Peachtree City down to the south. And so you see all the highlighted counties there. This is a flood watch that will last until 6 p.m. We're talking about an additional, on top of what we were already seeing, 1 to 3 inches of rainfall possible, especially south of Atlanta. So down there toward LaGrange, down there toward Meriwether County, Upson County, Spalding County, Butts County, Troup, Meriwether counties, you're still going to see an additional maybe up to 3 inches of rainfall in some spots, maybe even higher amounts in some localized spots. Because of that, especially in those low-lying areas, you're going to deal with some flooding. Now, we already have some flood warnings on some of our area creeks and streams in the area. Minor flooding being reported so far, but with the rain continuing this morning, certainly we could see more of those flood warnings begin to pop up. Even after the rain subsides, we still will be looking at some of that flooding taking place. Flooding, keep in mind, is a very slow process. You get flash flooding, which is the fast process. That's where we have that very heavy rain hitting the pavement. It has nowhere to go but continues to pile up. So we're not talking about flash flooding here, which is probably taking place down in some of these areas. We're talking about a flood watch, which could lead to flooding in our areas even after the rain subsides, which is why this will last until 6 p.m. Now, the severe weather threat, mainly south of the city of Atlanta. You see the highlighted counties there. Start off in that dark green area, the dark green shade. You can see in Heard County, Coweta County, down through Troup, Meriwether County. That extends a little bit further over toward the east and northeast into southern portions of Clark County, where Athens is there, and then over toward Augusta. That's where we have a level 1 threat, or what we call a marginal risk for severe weather. Marginal risk. It's a level 1 threat, meaning that the main threat from that will be the damaging winds, also heavy rain, but a brief tornado is certainly possible in those areas as well. So be on the lookout, folks. I want to show you the radar one more time here before I toss it over to Jerry Carnes. Obviously, this is becoming a little bit more widespread, leading to problems on the roadways. Let's go over to Jerry Carnes now with the red alerts he has.
All morning long, we've had red alerts, Chesley. I want to mention that we have got reports of flooding on Techwood Drive right off of the downtown connector. We're trying to get you a live shot of that. This, of course, oh, there we go. Now we've got it. There you go. Techwood Drive, just off of the downtown connector. Of course, this is near Georgia Tech. There you see cars making their way, driving through this flooded portion of Techwood Drive. Not a good idea. Probably best just not to drive through that. The best thing that can happen to you there is that you stall out. So better to avoid that area of Techwood Drive. We'll get you a cross street if we can, but I can tell you that this is a tough situation, and one that we're seeing all over Metro Atlanta. A little bit earlier this morning, we had a report of some flooding on Highway 92 in Roswell. So this is the kind of flooding that needs someone to come out probably and clear those storm drains before that will start to subside. All right, that is near the downtown connector. Now let's go to what is happening on the downtown connector, and that is a situation that has been a red alert, but it is improving. As a matter of fact, look at that. They have finally now just cleared our crash that at one time had all lanes blocked. This is good news. Traffic moving once again, connector northbound near Cleveland Avenue. You see all of the little accident icons all over the place. Some of those crashes have cleared, some have not. We're going to take you to one that has not cleared. This is 316 in Gwinnett County, eastbound 316 at Sugarloaf Parkway. We've got a lane blocked there, so that's impeding your travels as you try to make your way into the city of Lawrenceville. If you're traveling from Lawrenceville into the city, we've got tough going there. They cleared our wreck, I-20 westbound at Lithonia Industrial Boulevard over in DeKalb County. However, it is still a mess there. You are 45 minutes to get from Conyers to the city. That is over on the east side of town. West side of town, you're 24 minutes to make it from Highway 92 Fairburn Road to the connector. We've also got a crash. They may have cleared this one. It looks like it is lightening up there. This is Highway 166 Langford Parkway westbound at Delow Drive in the city of Atlanta. We had a lane blocked. It looks like that may be clearing up. But let's go back to Gwinnett County because I've got to point out what 85 looks like. It is getting crowded and it is a mess in these wet roads from 316 to I-285. You see you're nearly a half an hour there. Georgia 400 is getting packed in as well. 19 minutes from Windward Parkway to the perimeter, and then 75 somehow it has stayed out of the fray, still condition green there. Chesley.
All right, thanks a lot, Jerry. Yeah, this is a very tough situation for us. We've had this rain yesterday, Sunday, of course, possibly a tornado. In fact, we have a tornado warning in effect right now. Guys, we're going to have to switch and go over on the air with this, okay? And I'm going to keep talking until we get there. Let me switch back over to my other source as well. The tornado warning just popped up now. You can see just to the east of the LaGrange area. Got to get the particulars on this particular cell right here. Again, tornado warning now in parts of Meriwether County now, just to the east of the Woodbury area. Tornado warning. Let's get the particulars on this. This will last until 8 a.m. at the end. Tornado warning. This is over in the Woodbury area. If you're listening to us right now and you're in the Woodbury area, definitely want to take cover as this particular cell has just begun to intensify a little bit. Had a severe thunderstorm warning on it now. As it moves over toward the east, it is starting to pop up. Guys, you want to pop me up on the air as well. Let's go ahead and switch over to cover up today's show for this particular tornado warning for our area. We're looking at, again, a tornado warning that has popped up. We've been tracking these storms, these cells that have moved out of Alabama and begin to intensify as they begin to push a little bit further over toward the east of our viewing area. And now we're seeing a tornado warning begin to pop up. Now, this is the latest from the National Weather Service. It says southeastern Meriwether counties for Pike County as well. This tornado warning, Upson County, eastern portions of Upson County, so headed toward the Thomaston area. It says severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near the Harris City area near Greenville, moving to the east at about 40 miles per hour. There is hail, about a quarter size inch of hail associated with this as well. The impacts could be flying debris, very dangerous, especially if you're caught outside and you're not taking shelter. You definitely want to take shelter if you're in these particular areas. A couple products that we put up when we look at this, especially the Veil. When we talk about the Veil product here, this is what shows us the winds moving in opposite directions toward and away from the radar. Those of you who had just joined us now on our air here, we are looking at a tornado warning for parts of Meriwether, Meriwether County, Upson County involved in this as well. Take a look. We are looking at the Veils, or this is the product where we look at the rotation, and it's right in here over toward Harris City that we're seeing some tight rotation here. You can see where we have the reds and the greens there, very tightly compact. That is where we have some rotation there spinning around. So that will continue to be the case, especially as it heads further over toward the east. Also looking at a little bit of rotation that may be taking place also. It's a little more broad, but back up there toward to the north and east of, northwest of Harris City as well. If you're in this area right now, Harris City, you definitely want to take the necessary precautions, get to your safety place right now. Even if you're in Woodbury or Raleigh, you want to get to your necessary safety place. Go ahead and carry your phones with you, your weather radio, so you can be listening to reports as this potential tornado begins to move in your particular area. We're talking about places along Route 27. We also have Route 18 or 14 in that particular, 19 in that particular area. We're talking places near Barnes Crossroads, over toward Nelson's Crossroads, McClendon Crossroads. If you're in these particular areas, you definitely want to take the necessary precautions. We're talking about a possible tornado that could be on the ground, especially right along Harris City or just south of Harris City, right along Route 27. Again, a tornado warning lasting until 8 a.m. This morning. We've been watching and clocking these thunderstorms that have been intensifying as we have been on the air, and you can see almost a classic hook shape right here, and it's right where you see that little marker there that says 27, where this could be on the ground right now. We've been watching what's been taking place as far as and right along with the National Weather Service as to what has been taking place as far as these areas go. I want to get a report there. It says Meriwether County rotation has tightened up so far, the radar has indicated, but we continue to watch it, so it hasn't been confirmed on the ground as of yet, but it a Doppler indicated tornado. Looks like the beginning right here over into just south of Greensville, just to the east of the Woodbury area, where we're looking at rotation there. They continue to push over toward the east. As I mentioned before, this is moving toward the east at about a good 40 miles per hour. I do want to put a track on this, so if you're in this particular area where you'll know if this is headed toward you, but mainly if you're in this area, definitely want to, and you can hear my voice at least, you want to take the necessary precautions now and go ahead and get in your space. The good news is that schools are out in this area. We've already had some significant damage in this particular area. Talk about Troup and Meriwether County, and so at least schools are out, so we don't have to get the kids out. But if you're at home with your kids right now, definitely take the necessary precautions. So we're talking about this, if it holds together, making it up toward the Woodbury area, probably within the next 7 minutes or so, this could be moving in your area. Okay, we're talking about a Doppler indicated tornado, could make it over toward Packard by 7:29. And so if it continues to hold together, we talked about the fact that there could be some brief spin ups that could take place mainly south of the city of Atlanta. And we're already starting to see that now down toward Meriwether County, moving into Upson County, northern parts of Upson County. Thomaston, you're in this particular polygon that we're looking at. Concord, you're not in the polygon, you're just to the north of that, but I would go ahead and take the necessary precautions. You don't want to wait for this to be right over your area. Okay, so you definitely want to take the necessary precautions right now. If you take a look once again at the veils, and this shows us again the winds blowing from and toward the radar, that little green area and that red area very close together. That's where we get like a tight couplet there. That indicates some rotation there. Now, we haven't got any confirmed reports of a tornado on the ground as of yet, but we are monitoring what's taking place, and also with our partners at the National Weather Service to let us know if they've gotten any reports of anything that actually touched the ground. But right now, a Doppler indicated tornado that could be in the Harris City area down into Meriwether County as we speak. Okay, so again, if you're in this particular area, you definitely need to take the necessary precautions. What I'm showing you right now is what we call the velocity product that shows the winds blowing toward and from the radar, and it shows that very tight couplet where you have, again, just south of the Harris City area is what I'm looking at right there. Maybe starting to broaden out just a little bit there, but still got a nice little couplet there, so be careful, folks, if you're particular in this area. Some of the roads down here, you can see Cedar Rock Road is in this particular area here. I'm going to go down a little further just to show you some of the roads. If you live in this particular area here, this is Mandy, looks like Mandy B Road is in this area as well. This is headed toward Temple Duke Road, also over into, again, I talked about Cedar Rock Road in this area. Barnes Crossroads, that sounds familiar to you? Go ahead and get to your safe place. When I talk about a safe place, folks, what I mean by that is, and I put the radar back up here. What I mean by that is the lowest level of your home. If you live on you have a 2-story home, you want to get down to the basement, if you have a basement, or the first floor of your home, and you want to seek a room, an interior room. That's a room that is as far away from the exterior walls as possible. Most often that is a closet or a bathroom. You want to get in there. If you go down to the basement, get under something sturdy like a table. You want to add as many layers between you and the exterior walls as possible, because when a tornado strikes a home, typically what it takes off is the roof first. And if you're on that first level, the debris that falls down could fall on you. So get out of or leave that first floor area and go down at least to the lowest level of your home as quickly as possible, folks. If you're in the Woodbury area, I'd say even in the Thomas area, this is headed in your direction. Again, we were clocking this moving to the east at about 40 miles per hour. So I'm gonna go ahead and put another track on this where we think that tornado is, where you see that little bend right there, what we like to call a little hook echo almost, where you see that is where that rotation is likely. And again, this could be on top of the Woodbury area probably within the next 4 minutes. So you don't have long. If you're listening to me trying to get yourself together, just go on and abandon everything. Just go on down there. Even if you were expecting to leave your house here within the next couple of minutes, go ahead and delay that. Go ahead and grab your cell phone and any kind of necessary things you need to stay in contact with people. But this could be on top of you, Woodbury, within the next 4 minutes or so. The Packard area or Pickard area, probably at around 7:30 if it holds together. So we'll continue to watch that. It is moving very quickly over toward the east. We said it was moving at about 40 miles per hour. So be very careful, folks. Again, we're talking about, if you're just joining us, just coming in looking for the Today Show right now, we are looking at a tornado in our area. A player from Greenville in this polygon, but I think that's now just to the east of you now. We're looking at areas like Woodbury, We'll go on down in here a little bit and show you more areas. The Betts area, Raleigh area, probably right on top of you right now. Lawrence's Mill, this could be over your area shortly. So go ahead and take the necessary precautions. Hendricks as well, over toward Elberton Town. We're looking at, I believe that's the way it's pronounced, but you're looking at perhaps a tornado over your area as well, or at least moving in their direction. So be very careful and take the necessary precautions. Where we are not talking about the tornado, at least, you do have a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect. So winds could be up to about 60 miles per hour, probably already up to about 50 miles per hour in the Thomaston area as the heavy rain is now starting to push towards you. It's just to the north of you, Manchester. You're not a part of that polygon, but certainly you're experiencing some of the heavy winds associated with this as well. Gay and Concord is just to the south of you, but certainly you're dealing with the very heavy rain right now. A few lightning strikes associated with that area as well. Zebulon as well. This is headed toward your direction. The polygon doesn't extend into your area, but certainly some gusty winds will be there as well. We'll see if this extends over into the Barnesville area. I do want to go back to the velocity product to see what that rotation looked like, and it's starting to broaden out just a little bit there, and so we'll continue to watch that. No doubt the severe thunderstorm warning will continue in your area. Again, the velocity mode shows us how the winds are blowing toward and away from the radar, and where we have it really tightly compact there, where you have those greens and those reds very close together, is where we could be seeing some rotation. Certainly some broad rotation right now. As is in this particular area here. Let's go in a little bit here over toward the Raleigh area in particular. This is White House Parkway. If that sounds familiar to you, go ahead and please take the necessary precautions and get into your safe place. Tornadoes in this area certainly not uncommon. We saw one, what we believed, it hasn't been confirmed by the Weather Service, but what we believe a tornado over into, not far from this area, a little bit further over toward the west. And so in this particular area, we have been going through it with the heavy rain, with the lightning strikes, and certainly with a few tornadoes that have been, we believe have touched down. You look at the damage, certainly it appears as though a tornado has touched down just over toward the west of you not that long ago, very early on Sunday morning. We did have this, or the Severe Prediction Center has this area under a marginal risk for severe weather for today. And certainly not out of the question with some of these thunderstorms that have been popping up. This particular cell has a history producing a tornado. We saw that back over into Alabama. Now it did weaken a bit as it crossed the border into Troup County, but now starting to see that rotation begin to spin up once again. Again, a Doppler indicated tornado, radar indicated tornado over into 4 parts of Meriwether, Pike, and Upson counties, set to expire around 8 o'clock. Okay, 8 o'clock this morning. You see the label there on the screen there. Again, for Meriwether, Pike, and Upson counties, this will last until 8 o'clock. Much of Meriwether County in this. Again, heading over toward the Pike County, that would be just north of the Upson County area. You see how that is split in half, how this is moving in that particular direction. Let me get the radar back on here once again. And where we had that couple of down, that's starting to broaden up just a little bit. You can still see a little bit of a bow in there, again, just south of the Woodbury area. As I mentioned before, over toward the Raleigh area, it is now just about past your area. I would still say stay in your safe pace for a little while if you're in the Raleigh area listening to us. Stay in your area. Just south of that, down toward Johnson Roads, you need to be safe as well. You are in the polygon, but I think this is just to the north of your area. And then over toward Hendricks, you got the very heavy rain coming down. No doubt you're hearing the thunder, probably some loud rumbles of thunder in your area, along with that very heavy rain that's coming down. Stay safe because this is headed in your direction if it holds together. We talked about brief spin ups. So not only this one, but maybe another one could begin to spin up as well. So we'll have to be on the lookout for that. But again, a Doppler indicated tornado being reported by the National Weather Service. Certainly a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado in that area of Raleigh near the Greenville area, moving to the east at about 35-40 miles per hour. You still have the severe thunderstorm warning as well in places like Manchester, where you have the very heavy rain coming down just to the east of the Pine Log area as well. For those of you who are watching us from the Atlanta metro area, you do have the heavy rain. This tornado warning is not over your area as right now. We do have some moderate pockets in places like Roswell up to the north. I know a lot of you are trying to figure out, should I leave my house right now and head into the city? You will be dealing with the rain, at least for the rest of the morning. And so if you were trying to delay getting out as the rain stops, well, you may get a stoppage of rain briefly, and then more of that rain continues to come down on you. We've been tracking this very heavy rain pushing out of Chambers County in Alabama, moved into Troup County as a severe thunderstorm warning. That severe thunderstorm warning continues as it heads into the southern parts of Meriwether County and now headed toward parts of Pike County and also Upson County as well. So if you live in these particular areas, again, folks, take the necessary precautions to get to your safe place. As I looked at the velocity, it did show me where it was kind of running out just a little bit. We want to go back to that now. Still pretty tight there, enough at least for us to continue to monitor this, and we're going to stay on the air with you at least until this severe or the tornado warning expires. We have until 8 o'clock, but it certainly could broaden out a little bit before that time. But we want to keep you updated, folks, and keep you safe as we go along. So Woodbury, over toward the Lawrence's Mill area, we're definitely looking at the possibility for a tornado to be in your area momentarily, moving to the east at about 35 miles per hour. So it's not going to take long for this to get over toward you. Again, if you're in the Raleigh area right now, hopefully you are nice and safe and you're listening to us on one of your devices. The winds in your area are very strong right now, and so especially if we have a tornado that could be on the ground. We don't have any confirmed indications that it is on the ground, but if you live in these areas, you definitely want to take the necessary precautions. Once it's out of your area, that's when you want to venture out and see if there's any damage around your home, maybe to vehicles or anything like that around your home. If you're able to safely take some pictures, we'd love to see them because you help us tell the story, at least of what's taking place weather-wise. Right now, we can just see the radar and what that's doing, and we look at those particular products. When we talk about the hail in the area, most of that hail, at least the tracks that we've seen, have been to the south of that area so far. That's those gray areas that you see down to the south over toward the Manchester area. You're still under a severe thunderstorm warning, okay? And that is part of it with that hail that's down to the south. Haven't seen it with the areas that we're looking at as far as the tornadoes go, or tornado goes. Here's the very latest on that, and you can really see how this is really starting to broaden out. A good sign for us here as we look at this particular area here, really starting to broaden out a little bit. So this may have been a quick touchdown and then now starting to lift a little bit back into the atmosphere there, lift back into the air. But we'll continue to monitor things, waiting for some reports from the National Weather Service, our partners, our friends there, who keep us updated on what's taking place as well as far as their products go as well. They are the ones who issue these warnings. We do not issue these warnings, or even like a tornado warning or even a watch. They issue those watches. And so we look to them for that particular information. This is set to expire at about 8 a.m. So we're going to stay with you at least until this expires here. We're still looking at flash flooding in areas as well. That is the other story that we really have not talked about much as far as this heavy rain goes. We've been seeing this heavy rain so far in this area training, meaning that rounds of rain have been pushing in this particular area all morning long. You're going to notice how this heavy rain will continue to slide a little bit further down to the south as we go, because a front back off to the west of us will continue to push that further down to the south. Jerry Carnes has been monitoring the roads for us, and we've been having numerous spinouts, and he's had numerous red alerts, even in the metro area where we're not focused on right now. But if you're listening to us and perhaps you're in the north and you're looking at, okay, well, where is this particular area? But widen this all the way out here so you can see, just to give you at least a little bit of as far as your bearings go, what we're talking about if you're not familiar with some of these areas down to the south. So the Atlanta metro area experiencing light rain for the most part. There are a few moderate pockets, especially for the northern suburbs. This tornado warning that we've been telling you about so far this morning has been well down to our south. And we're talking about our southernmost counties, because once you get down past Thomaston, you're talking about the Macon area. Macon is right there on the map, and you can see a severe thunderstorm warning just to the northeast of the Macon area, where they got numerous lightning strikes there as well. That is that particular area, what we call the central portions of the state. And this is on the fringes of that that we're talking about, but these are still in our viewing area, folks. When we talk about Troup, Meriwether counties, Upson County, Pike County, they're on the southern fringes of our county, our viewing area, but certainly we're watching that. All right, a tornado watch, say from the Weather Service, will be issued for parts of the central portions of our state. That is where we initially were telling you all morning long, where we thought that the severe weather would really take place. It's south of the Macon area where there is a level 2 threat or a slight risk for severe weather. Okay, that level 2 threat is there into the southern portions of the state. I'm going to switch over and walk over here to the chroma key because I do want to point out, and sometimes when we're not on camera, it's a little hard to get your bearings there. Here is Hall County, this is McDonough over in parts, down toward Locust Grove. So if you're in this particular area here, you have the moderate rain coming down. No doubt some lightning strikes in your area as well. You got to go south of there. Once you get down toward Rover, further south down toward Thomaston, over into Raleigh. This is the area that we're talking about here. That is where we have the tornado warning that's now in effect. Started in the Raleigh area where we had some tight rotation, and now we're starting to see that rotation begin to broaden out just a little bit. And so likely if it continues to broaden out, they probably will not extend this further over toward the east, but we'll let it expire. Now it's not set to expire until 8 o'clock. Likely it could expire before then, but we'll continue to watch for in this particular area. Just south of that, over toward the Manchester area, for example, you are out of the polygon as far as the tornado warning goes, but you're still looking at some very heavy rain. This is where we have the severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect. And so your winds could be up to about 58, 60 miles per hour, and that could cause some damage as well. This is all headed towards you, Thomaston, so please be on the lookout and go ahead and go ahead and get into your necessary safety place right now. I'm gonna put this on a loop here and show you how these storms are moving. A little bit further now down to the south and east that they're tracking now, a little bit further down to the south. The good news with this, again, is that it's starting to wind out just a little bit there. I'm gonna go back to our Veil product here, our Velocity, that's Veil for short, but our Velocity product, and it is starting to wind out just a little bit. Now, if you look right here, that is Johnson's Crossroad there. We still have a little bit of rotation there. And this is what I'm showing you here is what we call the Velocity product, where it shows the winds blowing toward and away from the radar. And where you get that rotation where it's kind of coupled up there a little bit, you get a little rotation. That is Doppler indicated there. It shows it's at least on the radar. Whether or not it's on the ground is another story. And we typically rely on some of our partners out there in these particular areas to let us know if that's the case. Most often, you don't really get a chance to tell whether it's a tornado or not until it passes, and then you're able to get out there and survey some of the damage. Certainly some strong winds associated with this, so even if it's not a tornado on the ground, could be winds we're dealing with up to about 60 miles per hour, and that can do some damage as well. It's really the National Weather Service that goes out and confirms it for us, of course, and so we'll continue to watch that. Now, a tornado warning, a watch is going to be issued for our southernmost counties. That includes the central portions of the state, and so if that happens to pop up here, I don't want you to be confused with what we're looking at right now. Popping the radar back up on here real quick here, and you can see that very heavy rain, the numerous lightning strikes associated with it. Thomaston, this is headed toward you, all right? And so we need to be on the lookout, especially in this particular area here where we have that very heavy rain, where you see the green and then that yellow and then red very close together. That is the leading edge of some very gusty winds, more than likely. And so please be on the lookout. Sunset Village, you're dealing with that very heavy rain as well. Just to the north of that, we talked about you in Pickard, the Pickard area as well. Be on the lookout. Hannah's Mill, be on the lookout, please. We've lost that, what appears to be, or what appeared to be at least that hook echo, right? Where we saw some bowing taking place. It was right in this particular area, a little bit further back off, just to the south of Woodbury area. Okay, so now, let's see, something new just issued there. They may have decided to go ahead and continue this warning, and they have. You can see how it has been extended. And I'm walking back over here because I want to get the particulars on the screen here for you, just to show you that this has been extended now to the east. Let's get it on here on the screen. Well, maybe they just shaved off a little bit there. My apologies. We're looking at well, now over towards the Thomaston area. And so where Thomaston may not have been included in it, and even over toward the Rock may have not been included in it, now you're included in that. Here's the very latest from the Weather Service. It does say that Thomaston could be impacted by this. Sunset Village, Lincoln Park, if these places sound familiar to you, you definitely need to go ahead and take your necessary precaution, get into your safe place right now. We're talking about Crest, Sunnyside, Atwater as well. This is a Doppler indicated tornado, severe thunderstorm warning that has severe thunderstorm that is possible of producing a tornado, located over the Woodbury area right now, about 10 miles southeast of Greenville, moving at about 45 miles per hour. So it is booking or moving at a particular fast rate here. As it continues to slide over toward the east. So Thomaston, you are now included in that. Make sure you take the necessary precautions. I do want to go back in here just a little bit here and just to see the area in which they're probably looking at here. May have went in just a little bit too wide there. Let me wind it back out just a little bit here. And again, we were looking at the velocities here, and again, still pretty wide on the velocities, but still indicating some rotation there. That rotation could be up here. Let's see, over toward maybe Flat Ridge Road. If that sounds familiar to you, definitely want to take necessary precautions. Turkey Creek Road, also into looks like Hendricks Church Road as well. This could be headed toward you. Again, I talked about Hendricks, but maybe just to the south of your particular area right now, but definitely take the necessary precautions as the storm continues to head toward you. Want to widen it back out here. Want to put the velocity map back on, the veils back, the radar back on here, and I do want to track this out just a little bit. Now they're saying the rotation was back toward the Woodbury area. Again, about 10 miles just to the southeast of the Greenville area is what we're looking at. Okay, and so if we go look at this particular area right in here, this is what we're looking at here as far as the radar goes. And so could be rain wrapped as well, and really hard to see where that rotation is actually. So be on the lookout, folks. Again, if you take a look at the velocities here, you can see right here, down here in this particular area here. If I get down in here, it does show me some of the roads here that we're looking at. And so again, Flat Ridge Road over into Pleasant Valley Road. Definitely take the necessary precautions. Slide up a little bit further to the north here. This is again Pleasant Valley Road, which extends all the way down and around into Turkey Creek Road. So if you're looking at us and you're watching us, you can hear my voice. You hear some of these roads being called Lawrenceville Road in this particular area near Hendricks. If you're in that area, near the Crest area, also over toward the Baker Spring area, take the necessary precautions because there could be a tornado in your area. We are looking at one indicated, Doppler indicated. Again, haven't had any confirmed funnels on the ground as of yet, but again, we're going to watch this until it expires. Right now it's 7:34. This is set to expire around 8 o'clock, and so we'll continue to monitor this particular cell as it continues to push through. Why not here again? If you're just watching this, you're just turning us on, you're looking for the Today Show. We are looking at a tornado warning in our area. It's mainly down to the south of us right now, our southernmost counties. That is where we suspected to see a lot of the severe weather begin to take place. And so here's Thomaston here. This is Upson County. It's right in the northern portions of Upson County. Pike County has been taken out of that, but you can see where we have that polygon that continues over into northern parts of Upson County there. So Thomaston, you are included in this as they continue to push over toward the east. It is moving at about a good 35, 40 miles per hour, so could be on top of you momentarily. So go ahead and take the necessary precautions. All right, Atlanta is here. Here's Peachtree City a little bit further down to the south. It's in between there. We have some moderate rain coming down. We've been seeing that heavy rain now starting to subside just a little bit over here toward the east, but even more of this will be coming in. And so we've been talking about LaGrange really all morning long, and this particular cell that is producing the severe thunderstorm, which could be producing a tornado, started out just to the west of our area over into Chambers County into Alabama, had a tornado warning on it then, and then it jumped the border, came into parts of Troup County over toward the LaGrange area. It was a severe thunderstorm warning at that particular point, and now as it's pushing toward the east, starting to intensify a little bit more, or where the rotation is starting to tighten up just a little bit, and so we do have that tornado warning that's on it, top of it right now. Again, that will last until 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock, and so we'll stay with it at least until it's either out of our area. If it pushes any further to the east, it will be over toward the Macon area, or as it expires. This is what we're watching as far as the severe weather goes. Most of the other areas, even though you've been experiencing some of those thunderstorms, haven't been on the severe side. Maybe some gusty winds associated with a few of it. Certainly the frequent lightning has been associated with it. Even hail has been associated with a few of these thunderstorms that have been around. The Storm Prediction Center has been looking at the areas really south of the city of Atlanta for severe weather. We have a level 1 threat, or a marginal risk, which means brief spin-up tornadoes are certainly not out of the question. We've been spared so far this morning from any tornadoes, but we just had one begin to pop up a little bit further over toward to the west of the Thomaston area right now, and we've been tracking this ever since we started our live stream there, and then jump back on the air just to let you know exactly what's been taking place. And so I want to put this in a little rotation here, as you can see where we've been tracking this very heavy rain rain, a little bit of rotation over toward the Greensville area, and now it continues at least further over toward the east into northern parts of Upson County, still included in that. Also, the extreme southeastern portions of Meriwether County as well, still included in that. Pike, you've been taken out of the tornado warning area right now. It's just about on the border, really. And now you can see where a severe thunderstorm warning has popped up there in this particular area, same area there as well. And so they're maybe looking at the rotation starting to widen out just a little bit there. But let's go in and just confirm that. Take a look here. Yeah, that's what it's looking like here as we take a look now at the velocity map. And again, this shows us the winds that are blowing toward the radar and away from the radar. And typically where you can see that kind of wrapped around a little bit, it indicates where there could be some rotation. Maybe not on the ground, but at least above our heads in this area, we're seeing some rotation. And typically you'll get a funnel cloud. Once that funnel cloud reaches the ground, then it is considered to be a tornado, but it's starting to widen out just a little bit there. And so we'll see if they continue. When I say they, I mean the National Weather Service, if they'll continue to let this continue to continue at least further over toward the east. But again, if you're in the Thomaston area right now, definitely need to take the necessary precautions. I wouldn't wait for this thing to get on top of you. Go ahead and get to your safe place. When we talk about a safe place, what we mean by that is a place in the lowest level portions of your home. If you live in a two-story home, you want to go down to the lowest level of your home. If that's a basement, go down to the basement. If it's the first floor or the first level, you want to go down to the first level of your home. You want to find a room, an interior room. When we talk about an interior room, most often that is a bathroom or a closet. It's the room that is in the center portions of your home, the furthest away from the exterior walls as possible, a place with no windows. You want to get in there. If that's a closet, definitely want to get in there. If bathroom, you want to take the necessary precautions to get in there. Typically, when a tornado strikes a structure, a home, it takes the roof off first. So if you're in that top level, any debris that falls down will certainly fall on you. So you don't want to be in or put yourself in that particular situation. Okay, and so you definitely want to go ahead and take the necessary precautions. We're talking about, again, a tornado warning that is headed toward possibly the Thomaston area, right along I-19 that runs right through Thomaston there. If you're in and around that area, the Rock is included in this as well. You definitely want to take the necessary precautions to get into your safe place. This started out a little bit further back over toward the west into the Woodbury area. And so now getting a little bit further over toward the east of the Woodbury area there. So we're talking about places like the Rock, down toward Thomaston, looking at the possibility for that tornado to be in your area. Hendricks, I'd still stay on the ready side if you're in the Hendricks area as well. This is right along Route 74 there, headed down toward the Sunset Village area, over toward Roland as well. You're not Roland, if you're listening to us, you're not in the polygon, but you're close enough to it. But I'd say go ahead and take the necessary precautions. You're also in that severe thunderstorm warning area as well. Let me just put some information on the screen here about that, and that is set to expire around 8:15. So that extends a little bit further over toward the east as well, and extends into about 8:15. These storms are headed into the central portions of our state, not really making their way further off to the north. So if you're north of that, let's say Coweta County, into Spalding County, Butts County, you're not looking at this moving into your area at all, but you still have the very heavy rain, and it's not unlikely for a severe thunderstorm warning to pop up in your area as well. So far, they have been really on a linear line, coming out of Lafayette into Alabama, headed toward LaGrange, headed toward the Woodbury area, Barnesville area, Round Oak, into Milledgeville. They've been staying really down in that particular area, and I suspect that's where they'll stay, or at least the greater threat for severe weather will be for today. Further north of that, you do have some moderate rain, for example, in the Peachtree City area. Over toward Covington, you got some moderate rain coming down. You may experience a rumble of thunder or two, a lightning strike, but not as numerous as what we've been seeing down here to the south and over toward the west of us. This is going to be with us, folks, unfortunately, as we head through the rest of the morning. Now, did they take that? Yeah, it looks like they have allowed the tornado warning at least to expire, at least for now. We still have that severe thunderstorm warning that will last until 8:15. The current time now is 7:41, and so they have allowed at least the the tornado warning to expire in this area. We were looking at that on the velocity map and was noticing that the rotation had begun to widen out a little bit. And so the National Weather Service, our friends at the National Weather Service, has decided to let this one expire for Meriwether and Upson counties, at least for now. And so don't let your guard down, Thomaston. You're still looking at those winds, probably up to about 60 miles per hour in your area. You're still under that severe thunderstorm warning, excuse me, that will last at least until 8:15 this morning before they allow that to expire. These storms are moving over toward the east at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. So they're moving at a pretty decent clip. Lots of lightning associated with it, those gusty winds associated with it. This does have a history of producing some hail, especially down toward the Manchester area. We're looking at some hail there, down toward Pine Mountain as well. Some hail was reported there up to about a quarter size, and that could do some damage to your cars, your vehicles, could do some damage as well to your home, the roof. So be very careful, folks, if you're down in this area. Good news with this area is that we do know that school is not in session for today because of the damage that had already taken place. And so the good news is that school is not in session. But if you're at home with your kids, you definitely need to go ahead and stay weather aware, especially in these areas. You're not out of it. Okay, you're not out of it if you're in Greenville, Pine Mountain, over toward LaGrange. You're not out of it because there's more thunderstorms back off to the west of us, and we've seen this training over the last couple of hours in this particular area, and we've been seeing those thunderstorms begin to intensify a bit. Typically, what happens is the atmosphere gets beat up a little bit once we have some thunderstorms that roll into the area, but some of these things have been gaining strength as they continue to roll through, especially east of these areas. Now, you're starting to talk about getting into the central portions of the state over toward the Macon area, but that's where they will be headed. We'll continue to watch that rain further off to the north and up to the east of us as well. And I suspect that this will be with us at least through about 10 o'clock this morning before the rain begins to subside, sinks a little bit further down to the south. And believe it or not, we'll start to clear it out a little bit once we get toward the afternoon. I think the sunshine will start to break out this afternoon, and we'll see our temperatures get up to about 77 degrees. By then, once we get toward the noon hour, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, a lot of us down to the south of us, and our severe weather threat will have ended at least by then. But we still need to stay weather aware, especially south of the city of Atlanta, especially our southernmost counties, Troup, Meriwether County, Pike County, Upson County, definitely need to be weather aware. I'd say even southern portions of Spalding County as well. We talk about portions of Jasper and Putnam County, over toward the Edenton area right now. We're dealing with some very heavy rain, no doubt some gusty winds associated with some of these thunderstorms that are coming down right now. The tornado warning has been allowed to expire for Troup and Upson County. I'm sorry, for Meriwether and Upson County for now. We're still dealing with that moderate rain south of the city of Atlanta, down into Henry County, down toward the McDonough area, up toward Roswell, up toward Sandy Springs. You still have some moderate rain coming down. Once you get toward north of Gainesville, north of Canton, you're not dealing with the rain. I don't suspect you'll see much of it for today. Most of that heavy rain will stay down to the south of us. We are going to return you back to our regular scheduled programming, the Today Show. But if anything happens to turn severe, you can count on us to break into programming. You can also check us out at 11live.com for the very latest on the storms. History of producing rotation, and so you see that we have a tornado watch that remains in effect for the central portions of the state. Upson County is included in that, so Thomaston area, be on the lookout. You got the heavy rain over you right now. Most of the rain light up toward the metro areas. You can see a few moderate pockets around. This will continue to be the case until about 10 o'clock this morning before it subsides down to the south. Jerry?
Our major red alert on I-75 southbound continues at Cumberland Boulevard. A crash, multi-vehicle crash that has all but one lane open. You are slow going out of Cobb County. Another crash, I-285 northbound at Langford Parkway has you slow up the west wall. And yet another crash, Highway 166 Langford Parkway westbound has you slow going there.
This is Chesney McNeil with your forecast for today. We've been watching this rain training down here to the south, our southernmost counties, and so we're expecting that to be the case as we head through the rest of the morning. LaGrange, Greensville, over toward Manchester, down through Thomaston, where we have a tornado watch that's in effect for these storms that are pushing further off toward the south and east. And we'll continue to see that as we head through the day. Around the metro area, not too bad. We're looking at some light showers. That will continue to be the case this morning. I think by this afternoon, that will clear out. We'll get some drying that will take place later on this afternoon. Get the sunshine back into the forecast area. Temperature-wise, we'll get up to 77 degrees for an afternoon high. Things should begin to settle down later this afternoon and tonight. The clouds work back in for Tuesday, but then we'll be looking at skies clearing out once again, get that sunshine back in, and it'll be a comfortable rest of the work week. Enjoy today, but look out for the rain. It will be soggy all morning long. Well, good morning, everyone. I'm meteorologist Jesse McNeil. Look at the rain training in the same area, especially down here to the south, our southernmost counties, where we've had severe weather so far. In fact, we've been looking at the severe thunderstorm warnings. As you can see, numerous lightning strikes just down toward the Macon area here. For the rest of us, it's been on the light side. I'd say from McDonough northward, Atlanta, over toward Powder Springs, into Roswell, Canton, over toward Lawrenceville. Light rain, a few moderate pockets. That's what we'll see for the rest of the day. Now, we also are watching for some flooding taking place. Flood watch remains in effect at least until 6 o'clock. We'll be looking at an additional 1 to 3 inches of rainfall, especially south of the city in our southernmost counties. So be on the lookout for that. Any severe weather threats will remain to the south as well. We do have that marginal risk that's down in our southernmost counties. You go down to the Macon area, run into a level 2 threat. So be on the lookout, especially if you're going to be on the south side of town. Enjoy today.